You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. How it feels. To play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. How it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels.
Check, check, check.
I know I've gotta keep my pace. Good morning, everyone. We shall be commencing shortly. As you take your seats, do allow yourselves a quiet moment to settle into the space.
College events, you've seen plenty. But are you ready for the next big thing? Where ideas don't just stay in your head, they take the stage. Ideas worth spreading, networks worth speaking, people worth meeting. This is where the golden bird rises again. Not everyone will be there, but the ones who are might just create the next big idea. Are you one of them?
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
But are you ready for the next big thing? Where ideas don't just stay in your head, they take the stage. Ideas worth spreading, networks worth speaking, people worth meeting. This is where the golden bird rises again. Not everyone will be there, but the ones who are might just create the next big idea. Are you one of them?
Hello.
A very warm welcome to one and all present here. Welcome to TEDxKPRCAS 2026, a space where ideas are shared and where something quietly lingers beyond the moment. Before we move ahead, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Sohitra.
And myself, Nivedita, here. As we are going to be here for the entire session and learning throughout the session, we'll be guiding you and welcoming you all.
As we step into today's experience, we invite you to watch a short video that captures the essence of TEDx. Please sit back and take it in.
College events, you've seen plenty. But are you ready for the next big thing? Where ideas don't just stay in your head, they take the stage. Ideas worth spreading, networks worth speaking, people worth meeting. This is where the golden bird rises again. Not everyone will be there, but the ones who are might just create the next big idea. Are you one of them?
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
நாளைய வெற்றிக்கான வித்தாக இன்றைய நாள் நம்பிக்கையுடன் தொடங்கட்டும். அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். புதிய எண்ணங்களையும் நல்ல தொடக்கங்களையும் கொண்டாடும் இந்நிகழ்விற்கு உங்கள் அனைவரையும் அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறோம்.
Before we talk about the ideas, let's take a moment to think about where we are.
We are at KPR, right? This place did not become what it right now. It started somewhere small and then a simple vision which grew as a big one. And now this journey begins here at this place.
That's the power of an idea. Every big journey starts with something small. Before we officially begin, can I ask you something?
Go on, why not?
When you hear the phrase golden bird, what is it that comes to your mind?
Usually wealth, valuables.
Exactly. But do you think richness is only in money?
Not really. If we think about it, knowledge, creativity, ideas are those forms of richness.
Yes, that's also forms of richness. In fact, ideas are the real wealth. Because when we look around, Everything we use, everything we see, just started with a simple, small idea.
True. Only when a small idea is shared and understood, it begins. And when it is truly connected, it doesn't stay away. It moves, is spread, and eventually it takes flight.
Yes, you're right. And that's exactly what today is all about. Welcome to TEDxKPRCAS 2026.
Where ideas don't just exist, it takes flight.
Before we move ahead, may I share a few brief guidelines to ensure a smooth experience of today. We kindly request all your mobile phones are kept on silent mode throughout the session. Also, keep your screen brightness to minimum to avoid the distractions for others around you. To preserve the focus of the space, photography and videography are not permitted during the talks. A dedicated photo booth is available right outside where you're welcome to take photographs with your family and friends. Once the session has begun, we request that you remain seated throughout the session. If required, kindly step out only during the scheduled breaks. This will help us maintain the experience of today. Thank you for your understanding.
பங்கேற்பாளர்கள் அனைவரையும் தங்களது கைபேசியினை அணைத்து வைக்குமாறு பணிவுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். நிகழ்வு தொடங்கிய பின் நிகழ்வின் தொடர்ச்சியினை பாதிக்காத வண்ணம் அமரும்படி அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். உங்கள் வனப்பினையும் நினைவுகளையும் உங்களுக்கே பரிசளிக்க விரும்பியமையால் நினைவு புகைப்பட பகுதியினை தயார் செய்துள்ளோம். நன்றி.
As we move into the first session, I invite you to receive each perspective as it arrives.
Sometimes ideas don't wait for experience. They begin early, shaped by curiosity and courage. Our first speaker is a content creator who's in the new generation, an entrepreneur who is redefining what is to build and express. So please, everyone welcome Ms. Kartika Kannan, the founder of The Narrative Identity.
Check, check. Can I start? I have a question for you all. Some technical issues, we'll wait. Okay. Great. So before I begin my talk, I have a question for you all. How many of you have found your passion? Okay. How many of you are still waiting for it? Okay. How many of you don't even know what passion is or haven't thought much about it? Great. So, this is the real question. How many of you has let your passion find you? Purilala, that silence is exactly why I'm standing here. I'm not here to motivate you. I'm here to offer you a different way of seeing yourself. In the Marilla. But yeah, more specifically, I'm here to offer you a new way of finding your passion. Okay? So the next statement I'm going to say is going to make a lot of you go like this. Want to know what it is? That statement is that nobody finds passion. I can see a few faces really going like that. But wait, let me explain. Nobody finds passion while searching for it. They learn, they move, they evolve, and their passion eventually finds them. And I have this very thing which I believe on so strongly, and it goes like every excuse you're holding on to so tightly is just a story you choose to believe instead of a life you are afraid to build. You give a lot of reasons, but that is the only thing that is stopping you from building your dream life. Okay? They might sound real, logical, or even sound responsible, but they are just reasons. இங்கே ஒரு ரெண்டு மூணு பேரோட மைண்ட் வாய்ஸ்லாம் கேட்குது. நான் ரொம்ப ஒழுங்குலாம் இல்லை, பிகாஸ் ஈவன் ஐ டோல் மை செல்ஃப் எவ்ரி சிங்கிள் ஒன் ஆஃப் தோஸ் ரீசன்ஸ் டூ. அண்ட் வாட் ஃபைனலி helped me changed everything was this question: am I going to keep this story, or am I going to write a new one? So before I tell you what the story is, let me tell you who is telling it. I am Kartika Kannan. People call me KK. I am 18 years old. I am a student, an entrepreneur, a content creator, a mentor, a public speaker, now a TEDx speaker too. But I think none of that is truly who I am. I think I am a girl who fought against every single force that tried to tell her what she is allowed and not allowed to become. I am a girl who wanted to try everything, be everywhere, and still stand out in my unique way. I am a girl you probably know, in your friends, in your family, the one who is always asking too many questions, always too curious, and always a little too much for the room she's in. But I think this phrase better concludes who I really am. I am a girl who figured a way out of all the things she went through and finally found who she really is. And what helped me find myself was my passion. And as I also mentor students, I see a lot of students like this struggling to find their passion. And I thought this might be the best topic to talk about today. And if you're one of those students struggling to find your passion, this is for you. Because after the next few minutes, you will realize that nobody actually finds passion. And you all have different definitions of passion, right? Like seeing all these Gen Z words over here and giving your own meaning to it. I can see two of them in the crowd go like, மாப்பிள்ள இவன் தாண்டா எங்கேயோ சமையா வாங்கியிருக்கான், இங்கே வந்து வேற யாரோ வாங்கின மாதிரி சொல்லிக்கிட்டு இருக்கான். Fine, I agree. I don't belong to Gen Z. But yeah, as you all have your own definition for what is passion, let me tell you something what nobody ever properly taught me. Before identifying it, passion just looks like a hobby. Something you do anytime, something that makes you happy, something you do even when you get absolutely nothing in return. It just starts like that, quiet, unannounced, and something you keep coming back to. But what after you identify it is it becomes your purpose. No, I'm not kidding. Your passion will lead you to the purpose of your life. Let me explain. When you have passion, you automatically have goals with it. And these goals will definitely teach you something when you chase them about you, yourself, your family. It teaches you about the world, the people, even about yourself. And these goals, after the lessons you learned, the impact you create through it, be it for yourself, your family, or for someone you don't even know, that becomes the purpose of your life. And eventually, the impact you create will make you more passionate. So that is what I realized is, by finding your passion, you have a greater chance of finding the purpose of your life. Now I can see a lot of you be like, who is this 18-year-old kid talking about the purpose of life, right? You wonder how I know it. I know it because I'm living it. I know it because I found it. And I didn't find it by reading it in any book, hearing it in a lecture, not even a podcast or not in a speech like this. I found it by ignoring every voice I heard, every piece of advice I got, and every myth I was told. I found it just by doing what I felt like doing, what I loved doing, and what I knew I could live my whole life doing. After I found it, a lot of things happened. It exhausted me, it broke me, it made me cry, but it gave me myself. And that is when I realized, avan anjala macha. Because even when it makes me cry, it also consoles me. Even when it made me tired, it made me happy. And I believe Nothing else has the power to break me because nothing else has the power to rebuild me the way my passion does. And let me be clear, passion is not just something you love. Hear it. Passion is not just something you love, it is something that loves you back. And you all might think, okay, அப்போ என் பேஷனை நான் கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டேன்னா லைஃப் சூப்பர்ல அப்படின்னு. Let me give you a reality check. This is how it might also look. But passion is not the thing that makes your life easy, right? It is the thing that makes your life yours. So, என்ன ஆனாலும் எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் அது கொடுத்தாலும் I think it is worth it. And now you all might wonder, இவ்வளோ பேசுகிறாளே, what will be her passion? And how did I find it? சொல்கிறேன். I think my passion is creating. Be it creating videos, creating art, creating opportunities, creating jobs, even creating problems. மற்ற எல்லாத்துலேயும் நான் கொஞ்சம் ஆவரேஜ் தான், but at creating problems, I'm an expert. But no worries, we'll eventually create solutions also for that. So, because I loved creating, I became an entrepreneur. Because I loved creating, I became a content creator. And because I loved creating, I am still exploring, experimenting, and finding new ways to create new things that makes my heart happy. And when I tell you I found it, you all are waiting for what this meme is, right? Let me tell you. And when I say I found it, it definitely did not look like this. It did not look like a moment of spark. It was not a disclosure, an announcement, not even a confession. It looked like this small girl with big dreams, absolutely with no money, no knowledge, and no reason to believe it would work, finally made it. When I started content creation, I did not have a camera. Oh, wait, I didn't even have a good phone. I didn't know scripting. I didn't even know videos need to be scripted. I didn't know editing. I didn't know anything. And I had no money, no equipments, nothing. But you know what? I started anyway. And why did I start? Because this hit me like a brick. I realized nobody is coming to save me. I realized I should save me, and only I can do that. I realized nothing is going to change until I do something. And at that time, I had two paths right in front of me. One, try nothing and stay the same. Two, try something, win ridiculously or fail miserably. But at least, at the very least, carry the relief of knowing I tried. The probability of something better, which is winning, existed only in path 2. So, of course, what will an optimist like me choose? Path 2. And I just started. I didn't start because when I started, I wasn't at 0, I was at minus. And I started just to become 0, just to reach the ground level so that I could finally begin. And what took me from 0 to minus was the time I was waiting for the perfect moment to come. Trust me, it doesn't exist. Never, ever, ever make this mistake of waiting for a perfect moment to come. If I had waited for clarity, I would still be waiting. If I had said that I will only take my first step when my next 100 steps are clear, I would still have never moved. And I realized this beautiful thing. It goes like, the first step doesn't require a roadmap, because the first step is itself the roadmap. And eventually, this is what happened when I started. I just figured it out. I learned scripting, storytelling, editing, everything as I went. And I just became better at it, learning new things. I was always a movie buff, okay? How many of you like movies? Okay, a lot of you are very similar to me, I guess, then. I was always a movie buff. And every movie I watched ever since I was a kid, it played a huge role in making my content creation better. Because in every movie I watched, I was learning scripting, storytelling, screenplay, without even realizing it. And that is when the universe decided to show me how much it loves me. Everything I was searching for was searching for me. And I found my passion. Okay. How do you think I found it? Did I found it by sitting still and thinking what my passion could be? No. I found it because I had been moving all along, doing something I love, watching, observing, and feeling. And I just want you to understand this thing. Clarity doesn't come before action, clarity comes through action. Standing here, I can learn how much ever times how to swim, but I can only swim if I jump into the water. And when I tell you I found it, I actually want to let you know how finding it actually looked like and what it gave me. Okay? I am now an entrepreneur, which I always dreamed to be. I worked with a few companies, I worked for a few brands, a few globally also, and I am part of South India's biggest marketing firms. All these things I've done. And oh, this dream of being an entrepreneur, I had this since this age, and this man is the reason for it. It came true through the very thing everyone told me not to do. Even my parents were against me creating content. This was their reaction when I told them I was going to create content. And my mom was a bit easy to convince, after a few hard conversations, tears, fights, begging, getting beatings, a lot of other things also. But at last, making her sit and explain why I loved it, why I wanted to do it, and what it can do to me if I do it right, which I didn't know back then. I was just bluffing. It worked, okay? She agreed. And before I could be happy about the fact that my mom agreed, I saw my dad. I wrote here that my dad told no, but the reality is that he did not just stop with telling a no. He gave me every possible reason, the worst reason as to why it won't work and what will be the worst outcomes of it. I mean, the worst. But I am an optimist. And you know what is the funny thing that is hurting a lot? Being an optimistic daughter and having a pessimistic father. He still has this habit of, finding fault in things. Nothing has changed till today, except one thing. That same man who told me not to post that, don't post this, because what will people think? What will society think? What will the family think? That same man who once told me all those things now tells me to post this picture of me getting an award so that more and more people can be inspired. Do we get what happened here? I did not win him over with becoming. I mean, not through explanations, not through fights, not with any arguments. I won him over through the process. I won him over through the transformation. And I think when you follow your passion, you don't just transform yourself, it is your becoming that transforms everybody around you. And my passion gave me an identity. I have some cute pictures of me coming next, so stay tuned. So yeah, I was a national level tennis player until my age of 13. And when I lost tennis, I lost a part of me. I lost my identity. And right now, I have a very great, very big identity, which was what they introduced me to the stage, an entrepreneur. And I think this identity, which my passion gave me, it will remain in this world even after I am gone. So my passion gave me an identity. And I had no proper friends anywhere until I stopped worrying about people who only I thought as friends. Typically, a one-sided friendship. But eventually, when I ignored all those stuff and just focused on myself, my family was not supportive, my friends, I didn't have any. But when I stopped chasing those connections and started following only my passion, and when I did what I loved, my passion gave me people who are really, really good people. They are the kind of people who value me, who understand me, who love me. And these people, they would stand with me against the whole world. And I'm damn sure you only get to find people like that in the journey of finding your passion, because that journey shows you who you are. And you don't find your people by searching for them. You don't find your people by searching for them. You find your people by finding yourself, and they are just the byproduct of your becoming. I am forever grateful for everything that my passion gave me. It gave me a family that believes in me. It made my dreams come true. It gave me an identity. It gave me such a supportive community. My passion made people who I don't even know trust me, love me, remember me, and be inspired from me. And I am very, very grateful for my passion just because it gave me myself. Okay? Because even if everything it gave me vanishes tomorrow, I will still have this. And you all might wonder how this might have happened and how you can find it. Remember earlier I told you that nobody finds their passion? Nobody actually does. They just move, they start, they learn, they evolve, they become, and their passion finds them. So let me leave you with how you can make your passion find you in the most simplest way. You don't need to have it all figured out, okay? You don't need a perfect moment to start. It doesn't exist. You don't need everyone around you believe in you before you begin. What you need is to move. Just move. Even blindly, even badly, even alone. Reintroducing myself. I am Kartika Kannan. People call me KK. I'm 18 years old. And I found my passion. I am still a girl who is creating, becoming, exploring, and bettering up as the best version of me. And so are you. Let you find your passion. Okay? Let me end with this. I did not tell you that when you find yourself, you will find everything. I'm sorry if I meant it, or I'm sorry if I made you think that way. What I mean is that when you find yourself, you won't find everything. But everything, absolutely everything, will find you, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you for that amazing perspective on passion, Karthika. Our next speaker for this session brings with him a story rooted in culture, tradition, and entrepreneurship. Even something as familiar as a cup of coffee can carry with it a much larger idea. Please welcome Amarnath VT, founder of Martrams, the South Indian Coffee House.
ஆக்கமும் அறிவும் இணையும் போது சாமானியனின் உள்ளத்தில் தோன்றும் எண்ணங்களுக்கு ஆற்றல் மிகுதியாம். அப்படியாக கடந்த 10 ஆண்டுகளில் தி சவுத் இந்தியன் காஃபியின் 14 கிளைகளை உருவாக்கி காட்டிய திரு அமர்நாத் ஐயா அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Thank you. Check, check. Hi everyone. Thank you. I'll start with my picture. This is not an AI-generated image. It looks blur. This is my own image. A boy with no fear. If you see this image, I relate to many things in my life. This is how I started. A boy coming from a small town, holding a snake in his bare hands, with no fear and lot of courage. That boy was me. Yes. I grew up in a small place or a small village where I still remember I go to the farm and I collect the vegetables, fruits, and I go to the neighborhoods and the doorsteps of the shops and I started selling it. Not because I had to, but because I love doing it. I loved it. And there was a hunger inside me, the hunger for identity. The identity soon became a cup of a coffee called the Matrams, the South Indian Coffee House, which I run a chain of outlet in Coimbatore with no VC funding and no franchisees. I am VT Amarnath. By education, I am an engineer, and by passion, I am a system builder, and you can say a lot. I'm also a marathon runner. I have a hobby of going for a hike, actually. Last year, I have completed an African summit with a 20,000 feet, having my child with me. So this is my small background. Today, I got a topic called the Golden Bird, the rebuilding the future once we won. What is Golden Bird and what we are going to rebuild? Can someone say what is Golden Bird? Because in introduction, someone has explained me what is the Golden Bird is all about. For centuries, India was called the Golden Bird. Not because we had gold mines everywhere, not because we had the richest treasury, not because kings were powerful, but because we were rich in something far more powerful: knowledge, craftsmanship, trade, mathematics, innovation, and entrepreneurial thinking, and a lot more. Yes. I'll tell you the history of the Golden Bird, how it has started. During the period in the era of 1 CE, that is a common era, according to economic historian Angus Madison, India was holding approximately 33% of world's GDP. Yes, you heard it right. This means 1 out of 3 rupees came from India. So we are almost like we had 1/3 of the reserves, gold reserves in India. So in those days, in knowledge, we invented zeros, decimal points, yoga, astronomy, and advanced metallurgy. Like still you can find some iron pillars standing in Delhi with, for a centuries it is not getting rusted. So we had universities in those era. Imagine, I'm just taking you to the Bahubali period, like 1,000 years back. In those eras, we had universities like Nalanda, Takshashila, where people from other countries, from China, Korea, Southeast Asia, everyone comes to India to learn and acquire knowledge, acquire the skills we had. In fact, we were exporting cotton, silks, jewelry, spices, and whatnot. And other countries like from Rome and Middle East, like they were very much crazy about having our product from India because of the quality, because of the craftsmanship we had. So that is, the India was in such a wealthy space, not only in the gold, but it seems to be valuable as well. So later, one point of a time, there was a decline in the Golden Bird. That is, decline in the golden era. In 1947, in India, during that period, our GDP has drastically got reduced to 4%. So imagine, we were holding 33% of world's GDP, and 1947, we had only 4. But during that period, the other countries like European countries and European nations and other countries were started developing. You can see they had an industrialization, they had a innovation, they had a capital, and top of it, they had a freedom as well. But India was on the colonial period, like we were in the colonial control, wealth drain, and delayed industrialization. So, and also before that, there was a small fragmentation in the kingdoms, and we were losing some wealth, and also on the GDP as well. So in those days, we were exporting all the materials from India as a finished goods. And in return, the other countries has give us sent us the gold and silver at one point of a time. You can see the gold reserves which we had is the largest reserves we had in the entire globe. So we had a lot of golds in our hands. Imagine, like everywhere you see the gold. Everywhere you can see the waters, drains, all the other rich wealth, knowledge, and everything we had. So that is called a golden era. Golden era is nothing but a nation where at its peak of its knowledge, power, freedom, civilization, innovation, and more. So that is the golden era and where we have slipped during the era of 1947. I'll give you my journey about like how I have started this. I've started in the year of 2007, yes. For many years, before I starting this business, I entered into this business. I have tried several business, as she was explaining. I did like about 7, 8 business where everything completely got failed. Not to zeros, it to negatives and lost lakhs and crores. Imagine in the year of 2007. And I've tried importing mobile phones from China. I was exporting desiccated coconut powder to Nepal and other countries as well. And also I have tried selling t-shirts. I was doing a caricature business, animation projects, and more. But anything didn't work out. So there are a lot of fear in me, and I lost the courage. At one point of time, I was seriously thinking, am I building business or creating failures or collecting failures? Somewhere I lost hope, and I was still thinking, where did I lost? But something invisible was happening. That is, my competencies were increasing. Competencies like habits, my competencies like culture, the system, effort, everything got increasing. Even from the social intelligence and execution power, everything is slowly increasing. My success rate is not increasing, but my mistakes were reducing. So imagine, as a person, as an individual, coming from a small town, having this much of a learning altogether. As a nation, the nation doesn't become great not because of one big success or one big invention. It became great because of the habits they repeat for generations. I'll repeat it. The nations became great because of the habits they repeat for generations. Yes. And I grew up in a small village called Kangayam. My fathers are not formally educated. My grandfathers are farmers. And my fathers was starting to do some business, and all the failures were happening. And I grew up listening conversations about margins, customers, suppliers, supply chain, profit, packaging, loss, and trust. These are the words I used to hear in my home. And every day if I hear, like before I ever entered into a business school, I was already in one. That is in my home. Yes. India as a country, our learning does not happen only in institutions. It also happens in the home, communities, marketplaces, and more. So India as a country, we have a formal education and informal learning that gives a great synergy, that builds a great nations where other countries don't have. Even when you see many MNCs, they come to India, they try to explore, they try to decode our culture, decode the process, but many have failed. Because every 100 kilometers, I used to say that because I'm into a food industry, if you move to every 100 kilometers, you find a new food taste and a food palette everywhere. So that keeps changing. That agile we are, that we are a variety as a country as such. So imagine we have a very big population and we have a different language, caste, religion, culture, and many habits as such. So this is very hard to decode, but we already have it in our DNA where we could able to decode and we could able to execute. And later, after my schooling, I did my engineering and MBA. I still remember my engineering. I got a imposter syndrome. I doubt myself whether I could complete my engineering. I got backlogs. As you can see in many Tamil movie, I also fell into the same place. Like I got many backlogs. I was struggling and everything. But engineering taught me more about a logical thinking and handling the pressures. So this was a great lesson during that time. And the same boy who was struggling during the engineering became a medalist in an MBA. Yes. That doesn't mean I have accumulated all the knowledge all of a sudden, but I have put in a lot of efforts, hard work, and consistency to reach that place. And after my MBA, I got placed in an MNC, Indian MNC called Info Edge India Limited. It's called Naukri.com. I started as a corporate sales. The company is one of the India's largest job portal company. I started as my career as a corporate sales. I go to the corporates. I learn about how they recruit and their needs and wants. And later I moved to a company called Dun & Bradstreet. It's 180 years old company where the company saw World War I, II, all the stuffs, and they got a world's largest business database, the company called Dun& Bradstreet, where I worked as a strategic account planner, which I have learned both marketing and finance. That is my dual specialization in MBA as well. So after my learning, I was in a safe space, predictable growth, and very decent earning. But something was missing inside me. I was always looking for something, but the fear inside me, the failures which I had before. Even in my school days, I started doing business. But certain business, you can see like I'm not even informing to my parents that I failed. I used to collect money, I used to save money, I do business and I fail. That fear was holding me from doing business. But when you see the first image, the courage which I had, something I have to push myself and take a step forward to the next level. Then I started a business. I was an entrepreneur. I started a business. I still remember my first outlet was in E Road. That is a complete disaster. It's a complete disaster, and it's a big learning curve for me. From that, slowly, that small idea slowly turned up to a big vision. And I still remember for the first outlet, I got a lot of systems in hand. That is, I've created the SOPs. SOPs is nothing but a standard operating procedure. And daily I do sales reconciliation against stock, inventories, CRM. I talk to the customers. I also do new products as well. So this made me that to create a system where a friend of mine who was like closely with me, he used to ask me that, why are you doing this so much of work for one single outlet? Or it's a small kiosk. It's not even 100 square feet. It's like 70, 60 square feet outlet. And I used to tell him that if I can't create a system for one outlet, I can't build or I can't scale for 10 outlets emotionally. So I want to create a system. That system creation is something where all the nation does. And that is our success formula where I've been now. And we created a success formula called system is equal to, I always tell my team, system is a combination of PPTE. P stands for process, then people, tools, and execution. Where process gives you clarity, people gives you energy, and tools gives you capability, and execution gives you results. This is the combination, this is the success formula we have inculcated. This took me 7 years to build that. It's not like nations doesn't become great in a year or so. It takes years and years to build that, the culture, the system, the process, the habits. So if one individual can be a successful person, all the nations can do as well. And later, after my this cafe and coffee shop which I run now, somewhere still I want to build it to the next level, and that has to be monitored on its own, and that has to be run on its own. To scale it up, what I thought is we also started a company called Yantra AI Solutions, that the AI-enabled video analytics company where our existing camera will monitor on its own, monitor our coffee shops, where it monitors the operations, it monitors the customer behavior, buying pattern, lead time, lean time, peak time, and everything, and also the customer choices as well. So this is not only a coffee shop, it's an AI-driven data and also the technology embedded coffee shops now. So we are scaling up to another countries. In next few years, we will be in different countries where we are growing up now. And if you take India as a population, we have around 1.4 billion people here in India. And we hold around 65% of the people is less than 35 years. So no other country have. So imagine we got a huge young population where that is the core strength of India now. And if you want to rebuild, again, from the decline, we want to rebuild it. So rebuild it is, we have that ingredients with us. And according to the data of DPIIT, 1.5 lakh of registered startups have been there in India. And thousands of new companies are emerging every year. And top of it, we have a backbone of the country called MSME. MSME contributes nearly 30% to our GDP. Over 6 crores of small business are operating in India. So these are the strength which we already have. I always say this is a God see. We are in the God mode now. G is nothing but a growing business. O is an organized system. And D is a dedicated workforce. S for the skilled people. And Y stands for the young population or the youth population, which we already have. The ingredients are already here and which we already accumulated, and we are already in the golden era. When I talk about young, when I talk about youth, whenever I go to college, I keep telling this poem, which is very close to me, even though it is 100 years old poem, which is recited by Bhartiyar. The poem called அக்கினி குஞ்சொன்று கண்டேன் அதை அங்கொரு காட்டில் ஒரு பொந்திடை வைத்தேன் வெந்து தணிந்தது காடு தழல் வீரத்தில் குஞ்சொன்றும் உப்பொன்றும் உண்டோ. It means if you take a fire and keep it in the mid of the forest, the entire forest will burn down to ashes. So all you have to do is ignite that fire inside you. And as a boy from a small town, if I could contribute to this economy or to the society or to this country, everyone can do, and we got a huge strength with us. And we are already in the golden era. We are not in the past or we are not in the future. We are already in the golden era, and we are so much proud to say that we are contributing in this society to this country, and this young generation should take this legacy for centuries again. And I'm so proud, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Amarnath. That was a powerful reminder of why we are all here today. Our next speaker is an entrepreneur and author whose work is rooted in sustainability and conscious living. As the co-founder of Livorg and Spiroway, she builds purpose-driven ventures that focus on meaningful impacts. She is also the author of World of Wonders and was honored Miss India Dynamic 2025. Please welcome Miss Shruthy K. Das.
அவர் தொழில் தொடங்கவில்லை, அவர் தன் ஆற்றலையும் ஆக்கத்தையும் நிரூபித்து காட்டியுள்ளார். ஆம், தன் அறிவாலும் முயற்சியாலும் லிவோக் மற்றும் ஸ்பிரிவே ஆகியவற்றின் இணை நிறுவனராக இன்று நம் முன்னே செல்வி ஸ்ருதி கே தாஸ் அவர்களை அன்போடு மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Check. There was a time in my life when I didn't know what I was meant to do. There were noises and expectations surrounding me, and these voices asked me to choose stability, to follow what's been already working and avoid unnecessary risks. And for a while, I did follow them. These expectations began to shape my life. I tried to fit into a life that made sense on paper, but it didn't felt aligned in the right manner. And that's when I realized something very uncomfortable. I wasn't lost in life. I had lost awareness of myself within it. And what made it more confusing was this. I had a very strong academic background and a foundation in dance and music, the platforms that are meant to give you identity and expressions. I was doing everything that I was supposed to do to make my life look complete, but internally, there was a quiet misalignment. At that moment, I understood one thing. The life that looks complete may not always feel aligned internally. Now, when that gap stayed for long enough, it changed how I experienced my life. For me, it changed into something much more heavier. I found myself in environments that were not right for me. It questioned my choices. It made me doubt myself and made me believe that I wasn't enough. See, this wasn't loud. It was very subtle, but the moment was repeated. It appeared as a constant questioning with a subtle pressure and changed into something called as self-doubt. And remember, this doesn't happen in one day. It drains you very slowly until you start believing in it. And the most worst part of this phase is that you don't realize when you start feeling normal about it. I remember one day I was sitting in my room doing nothing. At that time, I asked myself a very simple question. What am I doing? And for the very first time, I didn't have an answer. That was my lowest point. Not because my life had collapsed, but because I was not able to find myself throughout my life. Now, this wasn't dramatic, it wasn't loud, but it was repeated. At that moment, I had stopped to realize what I was thinking and what I was doing in my life. I think most of you sitting here can relate to it. And we don't talk about this phase much often, not because it doesn't exist, but because it doesn't look like a problem from the outside. You are still showing up, you are still functioning as normal in your life, and that makes it difficult to recognize. For me, the bigger challenge of this phase was not failure. It is what is called as disconnection or numbness. Because when I stopped noticing how I felt in my life, I started making fewer conscious choices. But even in that silence, there was a voice inside me that refused to disappear. It asked me one simple question. Is this who you want to become in your life? And that changed everything. Because from then on, I stopped asking, what should I do? And rather started asking myself, what am I becoming through what I am doing? Because we often believe that life is about choosing paths. But over time, I realized that what shapes us is not the decisions, but the pattern of choices that we repeat. So, at that moment, it's always important to realize one thing. What you are creating is not just a life, but yourselves. Now, this is what I call as conscious creation. Now, when I say conscious creation, I don't mean anything abstract or philosophical. I mean something that is very practical. Conscious creation is not a method. It is a way of noticing what you have been already doing in your life, often unconsciously. More often, we don't design our lives in a conscious manner. We move through them. We drift through them with what is available, what is widely accepted, and what feels safe at that moment. But over time, these decisions begin to accumulate and change not only into outcomes, but into identity. At that moment, always remember, you are not living by your choices, you are becoming one. Now, for me, conscious creation began with an awareness to have the ability to pause not only before taking a decision, but within it, to ask, am I choosing this consciously? And more importantly, what does this continue in me? Because this is not easy. Awareness disrupts your familiarity. It asks you to question what once felt normal in your life, and sometimes forces you to break over that and move forward. But for me, it became the only way forward. At that moment, I started to write. Not for the world, not for the audience, but to understand myself and my thinking of what I was doing in my life. And then I understood one thing. Change. It was not coming from a single decision. It was coming from a pattern that has been quietly generating in your life. What once I felt like a breaking point in my life was actually a turning point. It was a shift in pattern. And at that moment, I stopped asking myself, what will work? And from then on, I started asking myself, what does this continue? It was not dramatic, it was not immediate, it was not loud, but it was consistent. And that shift, it didn't stay personal. It began to reflect in what I was building, and it aligned in what I had started to understand. So when these choices started getting repeated on its own, I showed up to this world as in a different way. I started to show myself with more clarity, with more consistency, and with more sense of alignment. And during that shift, at one point, I found myself on a national stage, recognized for that journey. Now, this is not the result of transformation. This is the result of the conscious choices that I have been doing in my life throughout. Now, I want all of you to pause for a moment. Now, think about one area in your life where you feel that something is misaligned, not visibly misaligned, but not rightfully either. At that point, ask yourself a very simple question. Am I choosing this consciously, or am I continuing this because it's familiar? As I understood, the life that we build, it not only changes into outcomes, but into your identity. So it's always important to ask yourself, is this what I'm going to become? Or what is this pattern shaping my life into? At that moment, you will realize one thing. The life that you are creating, it is not separate from you. It is shaped quietly by the choices that you create again and again. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mom, for your inspiring words. That is rare. We get to see a topic we know throughout the fresh lens. Ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause to our speaker. This feels like a natural point to pause. We shall now take a short break. But I want to challenge you something. Don't just grab a coffee. This is your time to build connection and turn these talks into a conversation. Refreshments are waiting for you and new seminar hall. Directly above this hall, we will be there and enjoy your networking opportunity.
புதிய கருத்தரங்க அரங்கில் சிற்றுண்டி ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. புத்துணர்வுடன் உரிய நேரத்தில் மீண்டும் இந்நிகழ்வை துவங்குவோம். நன்றி.
And also, we'll be resuming at 11:30.
We'll resume the session shortly. Please settle down and get ready for the next session. Check.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you had a great time and made new connections. I am Srinidhi, and I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge the presence of our beloved chairman, Dr. K.P. Ramasamy sir, with us. We welcome you, sir. And now we move on with our next set of perspectives. Our next speaker's journey is one of creativity, reinvention, and courage. Choosing an unconventional path, he transformed passion into a thriving venture. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Karthikeyan Jagannathan, the founder of Ricky's Cookies.
தோல்வி என்னும் சொல்லை கண்டு பயம் கொள்ளாத இளைஞன் எந்த துறையிலும் வெற்றி காண்பார். அத்தகைய வெற்றியை தன் உழைப்பை விலையாக கொடுத்தவர் திருமிகு கார்த்திகேயன் ஜெகநாதன் அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Good morning, all. Over the years, I realized something simple. Growth is not about just one big moment. For me, growth felt like a recipe, something that slowly comes together, and my journey is just a part of that recipe. So I'm Karthik. I'm from Karur. Normal Urkaram Panga, nothing fancy, a simple boy from a small town. Whenever we travel, Appa used to take me to the best mess or hotel in the particular town. I think that's where it started. College in Chennai, suddenly a new world opened up. There were like so many restaurants, so many cafes. I was like, wow, samaya irke. I started exploring all of them. After finishing college, I was part of a donut cafe. One day, 2 customers were walking out, and I overheard them saying, "Machan, the donut samaya irukku, vera level." Like they were saying, like the donut was insane, unbelievably good. I was able to feed off that energy. At that moment, I was not the owner of the cafe. I didn't create the recipe, but I felt some different kind of high, a different kind of happiness. That's when I realized I just don't want to eat and experience food, and I wanted to create something really people would love and enjoy. After a few months, I started working in PCS. Life was comfortable, well-paid job, but I kept exploring. I traveled to different cities, went on food trips, went to expos, food expos, and met people from the industry. All these to realize what I really wanted to do. I found out that I need a solid foundation to achieve my dream of creating something interesting. Just get water. Can I get water, please? Thank you. It's okay, it's okay. I realized that I needed a solid foundation to execute my dream. I was scouting for the best colleges across the world, and I found a top culinary school. And I applied for it, and luckily I got admission as well. That was Ferrandi, Paris. Then began the real challenge. I was excited, but I was also equally worried. Will my parents accept this? In my family, Oraka engineering gold medalist, Inoraka district first rank holder, now a doctor with multiple degrees. Namba management kotala arrear vechi clear pan engineer. So I was someone who got into engineering through management quota, and I cleared arrears to get my degree. There were so many confusions running in my mind. Finally, I gathered courage and told them, like, I want to go to Paris. They were like, okay, poitu va. I'm like, நம்ம ஓவராக திங்க் பண்ணமே, like whether they will say yes or no. I was thinking too much, and nothing happened. They said, go for it. And next day, I think they spoke to people around, and they came to me like, Karthi, you can't go to Paris. I'm like, okay. Their concern was valid because stable job, marriage, future, everything was at stake. But for me, that was everything. I was not able to cope up with it. I got frustrated. I was angry. I broke down. I kept requesting them, but nothing worked. So I went to my akkas. I asked for help. They stood by me and helped me in convincing my parents. And after few days of poratam and lots of convincing, they said, yes, poitu va. That was not an easy decision for them because they come from a town with a lot of expectations and opinions. And to say yes to something like this, it needs a lot of conviction and courage. I was fighting for a yes from them, and they were fighting with society and its expectations. I want to thank my Amma Appa. Without their support, I would have never been here. And that was my first ingredient. Fight for what you love. அப்பாடா ஒரு வழியாக சண்டை போட்டு பாரிஸ் வந்தாச்சு. dream city, best culinary institute. But quickly, everything changed. College in Amda Kadasi. I was the last one in the college. நம்மளுக்கு ஒன்றுமே புரியல. My friends were from abroad and they were able to understand the flavors well. It was going on like this for a month. I asked myself, Karthi, you left a well-paying job. Your parents trusted you. What are you going to do? So I decided on one thing. I kept learning. I aided places where I was able to afford, ask questions, and read more. Slowly, I was able to understand and appreciate the flavors better. Everything was going well. Karthi, super pannittu irukka, done. Then came the internship. Back home, Raja Vittu Kannukutti. You don't have to worry about anything. I was treated like prince. But life was totally different there. Very long shifts. Ends late in the night and starts early in the morning. Stipend was not even enough to cover my accommodation and travel. Sometimes simple food and sometimes no food. During lunch break, I used to lie in parks. If it is winter, I would lie in metro stations just to get 15 to 20 minutes of sleep, which helped me to perform better in the restaurant. And after long hours of work, if I miss the last metro, I have to walk for 5 to 6 kilometers. To be frank, with the kind of passion I had, I didn't find it as a struggle. Andalo customer telling, to be frank. I felt I was learning. Not many get this opportunity to learn, especially from the best. I think that overshadowed everything. And being grateful became part of my recipe. My mindset got changed completely. I asked for double shifts at work and gave my 100%. I was like, Karthi, you won't get the same opportunity again. Give the best and learn as much as possible. I was doing well in internship. At the end of internship, something special happened. Usually, they don't invite interns to dine in the restaurant, but I was invited. For your information, this restaurant was topped among the best in the world. Imagine 3 Michelin restaurant, 20-course meal, champagne, very good wine, etc., etc. For this Karur Payan, it was like getting an award. And I felt I was recognized for the efforts which I have put so far. It was easily one of the happiest days in my life. I completed internship. After that, நம்மளுக்கெல்லாம் இங்கே ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கிடைக்காதுன்னு நினச்ச ரெஸ்டாரண்ட்டில் I started working and made the most out of it. It was going well. Suddenly I got a call from my parents and they asked me to come back due to some family reasons. I came back to India. In India, I was part of building a fine dining restaurant called Avarthan in Chennai. It was a great experience. Today, it is one of the best restaurants in the country. And it features regularly in the Asia's top 50 best restaurant. Whenever it gets an award, my heart swells with pride. எப்படி சொல்கிறேங்க லைக் நம்ம வளர்த்தின குழந்தை நல்லா பண்ண ஒரு ஹாப்பி ஃபீலிங் வரும்ல, இட் வாஸ் லைக் தட். இட் வாஸ் அன் அமேசிங் ஃபீலிங். Slowly, people started believing in my work. And I realized something. My next ingredient, consistency builds trust. And I saw the same thing again in Ricky's. In 2018, my wife started baking cookies for her friend's school. I was giving her inputs here and there. Later, we created a cookie brand. I was particular about one thing, no shortcuts. I was doing right things and making it interesting. Unfortunately, growth was very slow. Very slow, like we will be getting like few orders a week. It was very tough. It was a very difficult time of my life. People start questioning me. Pressure kept building. At last, self-doubt started creeping in. Am I doing the right thing? But deep within, I was sure that I'm not chasing scale. I'm building a strong foundation. Over the years, things got changed. From few orders a week, we got many orders in a day. We are giving everything for every single order. And then something special happened. We laid our hands on the best pistachios in the world. It comes from a place called Bronte in Sicily. Very rare. It is harvested once in 2 years. And it grows in volcanic soil. Very expensive. We created a cookie out of this pistachio called Sicilian Gold. I want some of you to guess the price. For the cookie, like how much it will cost. 200, 2000, 4000. Yeah, it was for one cookie. It was priced at 4,600 rupees for a single cookie. Limited edition, 35 cookies. To be honest, I was not sure that people will buy it. 4,600 rupees for the cookie. While having breakfast, my wife asked me, like, you are going to price the cookie at this price? But people will buy it. I told her, like, Vangati Parvala, na best pistachio saapduvom. So, but deep within, I was worried, like, Karthi, passion, you are doing something crazy. Does it make any sense? Okay, I gathered courage and I started texting people who are showing interest. I told them that we are going to launch it on Saturday. We are taking pre-bookings, and if you want, please let us know. We'll block it for you. It was Friday evening, I started messaging them. On the same evening, 33 cookies got sold. No one asked a single question. No one asked for tasting, even though it is priced at 4,600. No one asked me any question. I was like surprised. It was unbelievable. Then I realized it was not only about the product. This was trust, which got created by consistently delivering the best over the years. This incident gave me immense confidence. I was like, Karthi, நம்ம பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க கரெக்ட் தான், you are going the right direction. I didn't look back after that. We are doing well. And I'm not doubting myself for any of my ideas now, because Sicilian Gold helped me. So I'm the same Karur Payan, but today people believe in what I create. And whatever idea is, just follow your own recipe. Because one day, your ideas will take flight. Believe in it. Thank you guys. I want to thank KPR Institute for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank my Amma, wife, sisters, family, especially my teams for believing in me and supporting me in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your inspiring journey with us. Also, we have a kind request to the audience. I request everyone to put their phone in silent mode. Our next speaker works in a defined and responsible person. His work not only deals with enforcement and society, but also reflects a deeper engagement in governmency and societal changes. So everyone, please welcome Mr. Prabhakaran S., an IRS officer, to the dais.
சட்டத்தின் நெறியில் நின்று நாட்டின் செல்வம் காக்கும் இம்மனிதனின் தைரியமும் சவால்களை எதிர்க்கும் திறனும் பதவிக்கானது மட்டுமல்ல, இவரின் நேர்மைக்கு கிடைத்த வெகுமதி.
Hello. Right. I had the opportunity of visiting China a few months back. I was traveling in a train and found a boy aged around 10 sitting next to me. He asked me what I was doing in Shanghai. During the entire week of stay in China, I was using a lot of translation apps to converse with the public in English. And I was so happy to hear someone speaking in English. I told him that I was traveling related to your work. I am very interested in having conversation with children to understand their world. When I asked him what subject he studies and what subject he likes, he said he likes physics because it helps him to understand what is happening around him. He also said that he likes Taoism to see the flow of life. I was so amazed to see this 10-year-old boy speaking about various subjects and how he is interacting with strangers without revealing much of his identity, and how composed he was. Before parting, I curiously asked him, "What is your ambition?" He said that he wanted to become a leader. And to start with, he wanted to become a student leader, and he is waiting to enter into grade 8 to formally apply for becoming a student leader. I wished him good luck and started thinking what I was doing in that age. Good noon, everyone. My name is Prabhakaran. I am an engineer, a wildlife photographer, and a career civil servant. I was a normal boy from a small town with no serious ambitions. My parents never went to college, and we did not have any affluent background. In fact, my first visit out of my hometown happened when I went to join college for my undergraduate studies. I joined an engineering course without knowing much about engineering. At the start of the final year, that is in 7th semester, I had almost 20 backlogs. By 8th semester, I cleared all the backlogs and managed to get the graduation with just about 60% of marks. Later, I worked as a quality engineer for a year and tried my hand in photography too. Though I was not having much financial struggle, I was missing something in my life. I consider my mother as my spiritual and philosophical guru. And ever since my childhood, she used to tell me that, "Dear son, life is not just about birth, living the life in this world, and leaving the world someday. You should try to find a purpose in your life. Devote yourself to a larger cause, and try to make use of the opportunity life gives to you." Though I was hearing all these ideas since my childhood, I never put those ideas into practice. Like the 10-year-old boy I met in China, he's ready in such a young age to put those ideas into practice, but I was not prepared. There is a famous saying that the teacher will appear when the student is ready. Lot of ideas arise in this world from different people, but the ideas translate into action only when you start to believe them. Your ideas, once believed, become your thoughts. Your thoughts will become your words. Your words will result in action. Your action will become the habits. Your habits, over a point of time, will become your values. And your values become your destiny. In India, becoming a career civil servant, provide immense opportunities to serve the country and the public. And I have read a lot of stories where a civil servant had made a meaningful impact. Hence, on one fine day, I have decided that I will appear for civil services examination, which is taken up by approximately 1 million aspirants every year in India. After some struggles, I managed to get into Indian Revenue Service in the year 2016. The initial setbacks did not perturb me because I believed in the idea that public service will give me a sense of satisfaction that I can contribute to something larger than myself. After becoming an IRS officer, I had the opportunity of traveling across the length and breadth of our country, see different landscapes, meet different people, hear their ideas, and my fascination towards the idea of India has grown exponentially. India, that is Bharat, is often historically known as Soni ki Chidiya, that is the golden bird, and had long been the land of knowledge, creativity, trade, and this legacy is continuing to inspire the ideas even today. Everyone must have heard about the term algorithms. Algorithm is one of the most commonly used words in the area of problem solving. Do you know where the root word of algorithm is? The development of algorithms is very much influenced by the Hindu-Arabic numerals, which originated in India, found in Brahmi script, and later developed by scholars like Al-Khwarizmi. So this gives a strong message that ideas which arise in one part of the world can benefit the whole world. Even in the field which I'm deeply connected with, that is taxation and customs, there are many ideas in ancient India. For example, there is a Sangam anthology, Purnanuru, in which the idea of how a king should collect taxes without hurting his citizens is emphasized. It says, if you reap the paddy from a paddy field, make into small balls and feed the elephant, it will be suffice to feed the elephant for many days. But if you let the elephant to feed by itself in a very big land, the amount of food grains which will be trampled by the elephant will be more than the amount of food which is fed by the elephant. Similarly, when a king is conscious and righteous in the way of tax collection, he will get a lot of wealth and the country also will prosper. But if the king slips from the righteous path and collect taxes without any sympathy or love for his subjects, he will not also get any wealth. At the same time, the country will collapse, just like the paddy field which is invaded by the elephant. Such rich ideas and such rich history have inspired me and given me immense belief that this is a land of ideas and creativity. And it also gives me inspiration to inculcate the habit of creativity. Many a times, my friends who are working in private sector give me a feedback that you work in a government organization and you work in a very close setup and ideas are seldom appreciated there. Perhaps few times there is a public opinion that government servants get salary without doing much work or no work. But in reality, we do a lot of out-of-box thinking. And let me share a story from my experience. Slide. Gautam, slide. Oh, sorry. As an IRS officer, my mandate is to collect taxes and safeguard the economic frontiers of our country. Solving the civic issues does not fall under the direct line of my duty. One day, we came to know that there is a lake which is of immense use to two villages, Alichikudi and Ilamangalam in Kadalur district, and serves as a lifeline for more than 300 acres of agricultural land. We also came to know that the lake is not properly maintained, and every year the water holding capacity of the lake has deteriorated due to a lot of vegetation, debris, and damaged embankments. We tried to take up the issue with district administration and NGOs to help the cause, but it got delayed due to various reasons. Later, when there was a discussion in our office regarding the annual cleanliness drive projects, we immediately had a thought, why we should not take up this project under annual cleanliness drive? My seniors encouraged me, and later, next slide. And later we did this desilting and strengthened the embankments. This project went on to become the best project in that year under the Cleanliness Drive campaign. But more than that, what made me satisfied is the fact this lake is still serving the purpose of irrigation in those areas even today. So this is how ideas, when acted upon, creates a significant change. So we should always look into solving the problems in multiple ways. I try to put use of my creativity whenever there is a scope to do that. On the eve of, next slide. On the eve of commemoration of 60 years of Customs Act, I designed a wildlife calendar with the photographs taken by me. It was received widely by a larger audience. It was well appreciated. And more importantly, it showcased the efforts of Indian customs in protecting the environment and biodiversity of this nation. Creativity is not an inbuilt talent. It is a constant cultivation of excellence through diligent and deliberate practice. So many a times, we may not have a proper roadmap when we venture into the new area of problem solving, because it will take you to the place where the path is not explored. Next. Water. Right. So we live in the era of artificial intelligence, and the information flow is abundant. But what we do with the information decides the impact we create. For example, I'm a World Customs Organization expert in the area of combating illegal wildlife trade. Illegal wildlife trade is one of the biggest global problem, and it is the fourth largest illegal trade after drugs, arms, and human trafficking. I travel to various countries to strengthen the capacity of their customs administration in combating illegal wildlife trade. What I understand from my experience is the countries which perceive illegal wildlife as a threat try to find more novel methods than the countries which do not perceive illegal wildlife as a threat to their nation. So it is not only important to generate the ideas, but believing in the ideas is very important. So if you believe in the ideas, you always find the chance to create or innovate. When we wanted to economically unify our country and create a common national market under a single goods and service tax, subsuming lot many taxes, we did not have a necessary infrastructure. But today, we have one of the world's biggest online tax system. We have a GST network which handles more than 16 million taxpayers, and so far, more than 100 trillion Indian rupees have been paid through this portal. This is how an idea which is believed translate into action and create a bigger impact. I believe in the idea of India. I believe in the idea of excellence. I believe in the idea of creativity and innovation. And these ideas have shaped me to become what I am today, and they continue to inspire me. I want to end with one Sangam poem. Nada kundro, kada kundro, avala kundro, misaya kundro, evvadi nallavar aadavar, avvadi nallai vaaliya nilane. The land may be a developed one, forest, low-lying area, or a high mountain. But the land is as good as the virtuous people who live there. Indeed, it is not the place, but the people and their ideas that shape a nation. If we believe in our ideas and cultivate creativity as a habit, we can create a meaningful change. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Check. Thank you for the truly inspiring talk, sir. We now move into something that extends beyond words. Some experiences are best understood when simply felt. We now have a young prodigy in the world of Carnatic music. At just 15, she has already won accolades and performed at prestigious venues. Let's welcome Sanjana NM, a gifted vocalist, to the stage.
Accompanying Ms. Sanjana on the mridangam is Mahesh Nemarai, a truly talented artist whose mastery of rhythm is bound to captivate us.
Along with them, we have the privilege of welcoming a versatile artist who blends the essence of Carnatic vocal and violin in a way that few can. Please join me in welcoming Shri Anand Shivaramakrishnan to the stage. Let us put our hands together and welcome them onto the stage.
ராகம் ஓங்கும் ஒவ்வொரு நொடியும் உள்ளம் தெய்வீகமாக மாறும் அதிசயம்தான் கர்நாடக இசை. நம்மை கர்நாடக இசையில் லயிக்க வைக்க வருகின்றனர் செல்வி சஞ்சனா என்எம், திரு ஸ்ரீ ஆனந்த் ஸ்ரீராமகிருஷ்ணன், திரு மகேஷ்.
I request the gathering to patiently wait for a few minutes until the instruments are set up. Just before the performance, they're going to be performing Saravana Bhavanidhi from Thirupugal, Vaishnava Janato, Maitreyam Bhajata, a powerful message of universal friendship and non-violence, famously rendered by M.S. Subbulakshmi at the United Nations, carrying India's spiritual voice to the world stage, and Bharatiyar compositions, celebrating the spirit, strength, and cultural richness of India.
சரசூட நின்னே
Sari ma pa da da pa ma ri ma pa da sari sa pa ma da pa ni da ni pa da ma pa sari ma pa da ni da pa ma pa sa ni da pa sari sa ni da pa ma da pa ni da pa da sari ga ri da ga ri sa ni da sa ni da pa ma ga ri sa ni da pa ma ga ri sa da sa ra su मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीम् आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणं त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणं मैत्री भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं जननी पृथिवी कामदुघास्ते जननी पृथिवी कामदुघास्ते जनको देवः सकलदयालु जनको देवः सकलदयालु दाम्यतदत्ता दयध्वं जनतः दाम्यतदत्ता दयध्वं जनतः श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीम् சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும் சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும் எங்கும் சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும் உலகிலே சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும் உலகிலே சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும் ஆத்ம சக்தி ஓங்க வேண்டும் சக்தி ஓங்க வேண்டும், உலகிலே சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும். கொடுமை செய்தியோர் மனமது திருந்த நற்குணமதை புகட்டிடுவோம். கொடுமை செய்தியோர் மனமது திருந்த நற்குணமதை புகட்டிடுவோம். மடமையச்சம் அறுப்போம், மக்களின் மாசிலா நல்லொழுக்கம் வளர்ப்போம். மடமையச்சம் அறுப்போம், மக்களின் மாசிலா நல்லொழுக்கம் வளர்ப்போம். திடம் தரும் அஹிம்சா யோகினம் தந்தை ஆத்மானந்தம் பெறவே. திடம் தரும் அஹிம்சா யோகினம் தந்தை ஆத்மானந்தம் பெறவே. கடமை மறவோம், அவர் கடன் தீர்ப்போம், களங்கமில் அறம் வளர்ப்போம். எங்கும் சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும், ஆத்ம சக்தி ஓங்க வேண்டும், உலகிலே சாந்தி நிலவ வேண்டும். वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीढ़ पराई जाने रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीढ़ पराई जाने रे. पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाणे रे. पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान नाणे रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीढ़ पराई जाने रे. सकल लोक मां सहुने वल्दे, निंदा न करे केणी रे. सकल लोक मां सहुने वल्दे, निंदा न करे केणी रे. वाचकाच मन निश्चल राखे, धन धन जननी तेणी रे. वाचकाच मन निश्चल राखे, धन धन जननी तेणी रे. वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीढ़ पराई जाने रे. समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी, पर स्त्री जेने माता रे. समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी परस्त्री जेने माता रे जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले परधन नव झाले हाथ रे जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले परधन नव झाले हाथ रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान ना आने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् जय जय वन्दे मातरम् जय जय वन्दे मातरम् जय जय भारत जय जय भारत जय जय भारत जय जय भारत जय 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 वन्दे मातरम् जय जय भारत जय जय भारत जय 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 वन्दे मातरम् आर्य भूमिயில் நாரியரும் நர ஆரிய பூமியில் நாரியரும் நர ஆரிய பூமியில் நாரியரும் நர சூரியரும் சொல்லும் வீரிய வாசகம் வந்தே மாதரம் ஆரிய பூமியில் நாரியரும் நர சூரியரும் சொல்லும் வீரிய வாசகம் வந்தே மாதரம் நுந்தே போயினும் வெந்தே மாயினும் நம் தேசத்தர் உவந்தே சொல்வது வந்தே மாதரம் ஒன்றாய் நின்று நீ வென்றாயினும் உயிர் சென்றாயினும் வலி குன்றாதோ துவம் வந்தே மாதரம் ஜய ஜய வந்தே மாதரம் ஜய ஜய வந்தே மாதரம் ஜய ஜய வந்தே மாதரம் ஜய ஜய வந்தே மாதரம் जयति जयति भारत माता बुधगीता जयति
ಭಾರತ ಮಾತಾ ಬುಧಗೀತ ನಿಖಿಲ ಮತಾವನ ನಿರತ ನತ ಜನ ಸುಹೃತ ನಿಖಿಲ ಮತಾವನ ನಿರತ ನತ ಜನ ಸುಹೃತ ಜಯತೆ 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 सकल जीव समता साधु साधु विदिता सकल जीव समता साधु साधु विदिता अखिल लोक प्रतिता परमानंद समुदिता जयति जयति भारत माता उदगीता निखिल मता वन निरता नत जन सुकृता जयति गणित गुणशील अति दयाळ बाळ गणित गुणशील अति दयाळ बाळ प्रकटित शुभ झाला परमानंद समुदिता प्रकटित शुभ झाला प्रतित प्राणलोला जयति जयति भारत माता उदगीता निखिल निरदानत जन सुकृता जयति 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 जयति
Speaker is an entrepreneur whose journey reflects resilience, adaptability, and a strong belief in learning through action. As a founder of Ticket9 Event Tech, a platform simplifying a management and ticketing, she brings a perspective shared on hands-on experience and innovation. So, everyone, please welcome Ms. Yazhini Shanmugam to the dais.
எத்தகைய கடினமான சூழலையும் பணியையும் எளிமையாக்குவதில் பெண்ணுக்கு நிகர் பெண்ணே. அவ்வகையில் தம் உழைப்பால் டிக்கெட்9 நிறுவனத்தின் நிறுவனர் மற்றும் தலைமை நிர்வாக அதிகாரியாக விளங்கும் செல்வி யாழினி அவர்களை அன்புடன் மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Let's put a hands of applause to her.
So, good afternoon to all. I like the way she introduced me because everywhere I go, people introduced me as Yazhini and so and so. I really happy and I would really like to hear my name the way they introduced. I'll tell you why. So, that was pretty nervous for me because it's God really, yeah. So today, if you open any social media, I guess everybody have social media platforms, everybody have accounts, right? So if you open any social media, you can able to see post, a reel, a video. A content is everything today, right? Because if you are in a business, if you are an influencer, if you are a content creator, all your job is on social media. So in every post, every video you post or you create, somewhere in the comment section, people are like, someone is making fun of someone. We call it trolling. We call it just for fun. Sometimes we don't even notice it anymore. But I always think, if it's this hard to handle as an adult today, how could a 6 years old handled this 25 years ago? So people call me today Yazhini, but that wasn't always my name. You know, my name made entire school classroom laugh every single day. It's just started small. My class teacher would mispronounce it while taking attendance. My physical trainer, so-called PT teacher, he always sounds different and changed the entire tone of my name. My science teacher, a beautiful lady, she always say it loud just to make it fun. The moment my name was called, the classroom wouldn't stay silent. The voices from everywhere, with different versions, tone, laughter. Just like that, my name became a joke. Every time people call my name louder than needed, it didn't just echo in the classroom, it stayed with me. Whenever I go to a nearer classroom, another classroom, whenever I go to a senior classroom or a junior classroom, always I used to hear my name with different versions. Randomly, people are calling me like XY. I don't want to mention it here. When I'm walking in the ground, far away from a voice is coming. So I was like, pathetic. These guys don't have any job at all than trolling me. It wasn't about my name. It was a feeling of being seen but not respected. It didn't stop in my classroom. It was like even in tuition, even in other school, wherever I go, I hear the same. I felt like something. It was not about my name. It was a feeling of being seen but not respected. I didn't cry in front of them. I didn't react. I just stood there and accepted it. Because at 6 years, you don't analyze the word. You just observe them. I never went home and told my parents about this. Instead, I stayed silent. That's why I was telling, like, I love to hear my name. You know, from that moment, I stopped raising my hands. I stopped coming forward. I made sure I'm not the first person in anything. And I learned to become unnoticed. You know, and slowly it became like, it's not about a name or trolling. It's about how I saw myself. Years passed, school became college, college became work, but the pattern didn't completely disappear. No? Now we can think that it's just a name. Just people are making fun of it. It's just a classroom fun. For them, it was a moment. For them, it was a joke, fun, whatever we can call. But for me, it's repeated. Repetition has a weight. 20 years of trauma never give you a confidence, bro. How could a kid step forward with all those traumas? For a long time, I was thinking I don't have a choice at all. I really wanted to be unnoticed, one among the crowd. I just settled myself in that way. But one thing I always knew, one fine day, in fact, I forgot to notice or count the days I got bullied. I was candidly talking to my mom at the terrace. My mom, she's a 70s born, a typical middle-class woman, a homemaker, my ideal, the someone I would observe more, said, she was about to, or she was like to name me as Yarini at that time when I was born. I was pretty shocked and curious. What are you saying, Mom? And I've been going through all those traumas these years, and you're now coming and saying, why don't you choose that? Pathetic women, she don't have a choice or space to choose it. Maybe due to many circumstances, not only 70s women, now we are in 2026, even now I could see the same issues in many households. Later in 20s, I was thinking about this always. Why not? Why not? Then I felt like, why don't I take this as my choice? And it also feels like I'm going to give life to something once my mom wanted. Then I took a bold decision of changing my name to Yarini. Still, I remember, for the very first time, I introduced myself in a new forum, I think in Chennai. Hi, I'm Yarini. No one laughed. No reactions. No laugh, nothing. They just said, hi, Yarini. Nice meeting you. It was like no noise. That's very normal. that normal I didn't experience in my life ever. That was a real moment for me. That night, I was standing in front of mirror and I said that again. Hi, I'm Yazhini Shanmugam. For the very first time, without fear, without hesitation, with full of confidence. You know, it's not about changing the name, location, or the job title, whatever. I realized and I came to know that the confidence doesn't come overnight. But for that confidence, you need some helping hand to come out of whatever the trauma you undergo. For me, this is my helping hand. For others, could be anything. And from that moment, Yazhini's journey begins. Now I'm standing here, thanking universe for helping me to get out of my trauma. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing such a personal and powerful story, ma'am. We shall now break for lunch. Lunch is available at the management waiting hall. Our next session starts at 1:50 p.m. and our volunteers will guide you to the venue. Thank you.
Can you blame me for wanting more than
I request everyone to take your seats. The session is in few minutes.
Check, check.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant break.
It's good to have you all back with us.
As we move into the final part of today, this is where everything we've heard begins to settle in a little more. Not just as ideas, but as something we carry forward.
There's something quite special about this last session.
It brings together perspectives that feel closer to our everyday lives.
From culture and tradition
to health
and even science and the unseen.
So let's ease back into it
and continue this journey together. Our next speaker brings decades of experience in systems, leadership, and transformation. His journey reflects how structured thinking and discipline can unlock not just performance but human potential. Please welcome Mr. Sudalai Veerapandian, ZF Head of Quality. Let us put our hands together to welcome him onto the stage.
கட்டமைக்கப்பட்ட சிந்தனை மற்றும் புத்தாக்கம் ஆகியவை மனித ஆற்றலை எவ்வாறு வெளிக்கொணர முடியும் என்பதற்கு சான்றாய் நம் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் திரு சுடலை வீரபாண்டியன் ஐயா அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was born in a small village near Tuticorin, where life follows seasons, not schedules. Basically, I come from a farming background. My parents are belonging to the farmers. And I was looking for a big dream, what I have to become. And my family is not very familiar with the technical words, but they understood the clear purpose, how to achieve the outcome. You know, in agriculture, you cannot predict the outcomes or you cannot control the outcomes, but you can always change the conditions to the desired outcome. You prepare the soil, you choose the right seeds, you manage the water, and you stay consistent. And then the outcome follows. As a child, I had a big dream to become a doctor. But when the time comes, my family said very clear no. And I felt completely, I'm lost. And I was into a little bit of confusion, what should happen. But later, I chose engineering. It was not a rejection, it was a redirection. So, and then I understood life doesn't go in the way you want. Engineering, maybe, it gives me an opportunity to learn different perspective. From engineering, what I understood is to look at different systems and look at everything in a systemic behavior. So that is what I learned. And from that perspective, if I look at the outcomes are not really decided, rather it is conditioned with various parameters. So as an example from my engineering work, I work for an R&D firm and we had a lot of challenges and we have to stabilize one of the car's touchscreen performance, and we got feedback from people the system is slow or sometimes unresponsive. When we looked at, is the system really failing on the whole, or it is working as expected in parts? So when we looked at things in detail, what we understood, each of the system really work, or each of the parts really work in the way it is expected. But when it is aligned together, there is a small misalignment in every part and its behavior when it is put together. So we found we want to find the root cause. And generally in R&D products, you always have a pressure in terms of customer timeline, higher expectation, and also the demand from the market. So we were trying to fix that, but we were not close to the root cause. We were trying to do the testing week after week with various parameters being changed, but we were not close to the root cause. All of a sudden, we slightly looked from a different perspective. What if no parts are failing? And maybe something we need to look at as a holistic system. So that is something which we started looking at, and as you all know, as engineers, we were trained to look at how do we prevent the system from failure? Like what could go wrong? How do you prevent it? And how do you make it reliable? We applied that thought and we were able to find the small issues and we enhanced the smaller parts in an integrated manner. And what we found, holistically, the system started behavior in a better way. So what I try to convey here, the system need not be given with a bigger solution. It could be a small solution, but it is well planned and designed. And looked at the as granular level as possible. And if you look at, the results are not accidental and they are designed. So with this learning from engineering, I have a question, whether it can be applied to the other areas as well. And what we found, it is not engineering concept. It can be applied across any parameter or perimeter. And what we understood, from the people point of view, when I was handling a team, the same logic is applied. So when my team is not performing as expected, as an individuals or as team, we generally come to a conclusion that it could be a person failure. But actually, if you look at, it is not a person failure, it is the reaction of the person to the environment where they are put into. And if you fix the environment, the same people can give better deliveries and deliver better performance. That is what we understood. And in my experience, when people didn't perform as expected, we didn't challenge them, rather looked at what can be changed in the environment. Just as an example, I enabled more feedback loops, interaction space, and more freedom of thoughts to come up with new ideas, and that helped to improve their performance. So when we look at life, we all want good health, good growth, and good peace of life. So are we really designing the outcome what we want to achieve? Or we are looking at the outcome and not worried about the conditions? So always try to fix the system, not the symptoms. So most of the time we end up in fixing the symptoms, not the system. And we don't look at the symptoms much early from the system. And we always look at later, more focusing on the outcome. So if you fix the system, the outcome is guaranteed. This is what, at least I took it as a learning. And you can see what we have done. Mostly, we looked at individual parts and later we fixed it and it could improve the results. And from the personal point of view, always you plan your conditions based on the outcome what you want to achieve, and that yields the outcome, desired outcome basically. So sometimes people think, if I have to do some actions, whether it has to be a large scale action, definitely no. Your actions can be very small and it is helping you to condition against the outcome what you want to achieve. And with the small habits, you will always be able to achieve the better results. And when I ask myself, what am I did differently, or what did I do differently to achieve something, the answer is always disappointing. We don't have really some actions in place which will really take us to the final desired outcome. But all of us have a big dream to achieve, but without looking into the conditions, it is practically difficult to achieve all your outcomes. So the message that I would like to leave you here is, don't chase the outcomes, design the conditions what creates them. Finally, if you look at, I didn't become a doctor in medicine, but I could chase my dream as Dr. Sudalai Veerapandian by designing the conditions in the other fields, what I have learned. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful talk, sir. Our next speaker works at the intersection of systems, governance, and insight, spaces that quietly shapes how societies function. Through his work and writing, he explores ideas that influence transparency, policy, and the way we understand value. Please welcome Mr. Smarak Swain, IRS officer and author.
Thank you. Hello. Very good afternoon, everyone. We have all been there. We want to do something very simple, such as open a bank account for our first paycheck, or send some funds to a cousin situated in another city. And when we do that, we come across a wall made of paperwork, which goes by a 3-lettered acronym that sounds like a clinical diagnosis. KYC, that is Know Your Customer. It's everywhere, and it's deeply entrenched. On today's date, you want a new SIM card, you need KYC. You go for any compliance, any license, you want to transfer funds somewhere, you need a student loan, you need KYC. They ask you all sorts of questions. What is your date of birth? What is the evidence that you were born? What is your pet's middle name? Who was your kindergarten teacher? It is bothering, it is pestering. But behind this bothering chore, have you ever thought, what is the cost involved? What is the economic cost of this inconvenience? And if there's so much of economic cost and it is bothersome, then why at all are we doing KYC? Today, I want to raise an issue which probably may sound underwhelming to you, but what I want to say is KYC is an issue which is going to take center stage in our lives. In a world which has been rewritten by AI, KYC is a very important component of the defense we have to protect our identity and our financial security. Going further, I would like to say that in the coming days, in the coming years, something similar to KYC is going to become very central to our life. KYC will not remain just a compliance requirement. It is going to become a personal responsibility. KYC will turn into KYR, know your reality. In order to understand this better, we'll take a step back and we'll try to understand the origin story of KYC. So some 50, 60 years back, banking was pretty simple. You can walk into you could walk into a local bank in a small town, and the bank manager will not demand any government ID from you, because the bank manager most probably knew your father, he knew your grandfather, he knew that you are that person who, as a kid, used to bunk classes to go to the local fair. Trust was localized. And starting a banking relationship was just like doing a handshake. At that time, knowing you was basically a multi-factor authentication. But times have changed. In the 1970s, the world grew smaller. It continues to grow smaller. In the 1970s, the world grew smaller, and monetary transactions through banks become faster. When monetary transactions become faster, it is easier to do layering of funds and hide the origin of funds. So in the 1970s, drug lords started misusing banking system for laundering the proceeds of drug trafficking. And then the world responded. Countries started framing rules for due diligence, which required banks to do KYC. In the 1990s, the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, came around, and it made global standards on KYC, due to which KYC has now become a mandatory part of the economy. While we scaled up KYC the last few decades, we also turned it into a bureaucracy. What we did is, we did more and more KYC, and this affected some sections of the population. For people who remain on the margins, KYC became more of a barrier than a check. In Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, surveys have shown that about 75% of households have experienced some form of bank account freeze because of KYC issues. Take the case of Sunita Oraon, a woman in rural India. Her bank account was kept frozen for 3 years because of a typo in her government ID, because her name in her bank account did not match with the name in her government ID. She went through 3 years of financial exile. Now, financial inclusion is a very, very critical part of economic security as well as development. But what KYC does is, it leads to financial exclusion. The more bothersome issue is, why do we do KYC if it has so much of economic cost, if it has so much of developmental cost, if the compliance is bothersome? Well, the thing is that policymakers want to do less KYC. At the same time, policymakers are faced with another constraint. They need to trust the customer. They want the bank to trust the customer. And we do not know whether the customer who is coming to them is a fraudster or not. So KYC is a critical way of preventing fraud and money laundering. We are living in times which have seen an epidemic of cyber-enabled fraud. If you look at government statistics, in the last 1 year alone, Indians lost 22,000 crore of rupees to cyber-enabled fraud, which translates into 2.5 billion US dollars. And this kind of cyber-enabled frauds are facilitated by an ecosystem of mule accounts. So if you want to visualize mule accounts, visualize them in this way, that you have a physical donkey or physical mule. I, as a cyber fraudster, I will hire the mule from you, and I'll make the mule carry money for me from one point to another. So what generally happens is that a fraudster who makes a cyber attack on you is usually located offshore. However, they hire people in your country, in India, in our country, and they pay a small commission for controlling their bank account. So these bank accounts become conduit for stealing money from Indians and channeling them to offshore bank accounts. To counter this cyber-enabled fraud, what we need to do is more KYC. So banks want to do more KYC. So they do something called re-KYC or a repeat KYC whenever they see a suspicious transaction in the bank account of a college student, or if they see funny transactions in a bank account which do not match with the profile of the customer. So in a way, what the policymakers are trying to do is, what the bankers are trying to do, what the regulators are trying to do is, they want to do less KYC, and at the same time, they want to do more KYC. So they do understand your constraints, they do understand your compulsions. At the same time, they need to protect the financial system, they need to protect the integrity of the financial system. So over the last 3 or 4 years, many entrepreneurs have come up with very innovative solutions for this issue. They have come up with digital solutions, which we call a digital ID. Digital government IDs have been released by governments, and e-KYC is being done, video KYC is being done, which is enabling people to do KYC within a matter of minutes. So the solution has been more KYC, but easy KYC. More KYC, but easy KYC. But just when the solution was made available, and we started enjoying this solution of more KYC, but easy KYC, dawned a new era, the era of artificial intelligence. Now, the era of artificial intelligence is a completely different ball game altogether. As per cybersecurity reports, in the last 3 years, the number of deepfake attacks have increased by 2,000%. Now, what happens in a deepfake attack is that you do not know what is real. Your reality is being compromised. Take the case of an oft-repeated, oft-quoted case of 2024. A finance manager went on a VC call with his colleagues and his CFO. He knew them very well. He knew their voices. They were all speaking with him. They were all joking with him. They were nodding. And there was a very intense discussion, after which the CFO gave him a direction to transfer 25 million US dollars to a secret account in a tax haven. And he made the transfer. Except that, later he realized that none of them was real. No one in the room except him was real. All of them were deepfakes. On today's date, when you get a call from your boss giving you some certain instructions, you do not know if that boss is real or not. If your daughter calls you in panic and says that her phone has died and she needs a transfer into a Paytm account, you do not know what to do about it. It has become so much easy to generate a genuine voice just on the basis of a 10-second Instagram clip. It has become so easy to generate videos which can pass any liveness test. So, in a way, we are seeing a world in which everyone has a responsibility to do a verification. Now, 5 years back or 3 years back, the responsibility of verification was limited to a bank or any financial institution or any shopkeeper. But on today's date, the responsibility is a personal responsibility that each and every person has to undergo. What about the banks? How are the banks coping with it? AI and deepfakes have enabled fraudsters to generate government IDs, IDs which look very, very genuine, government IDs, passports, documentation within a matter of minutes. So, and in a video KYC process, a bank does not know whether the person on the other side of the video KYC is a genuine person or not. So how do banks deal with this? So banks have come up with 2 different strategies to deal with this. The first strategy is to buy new software and utilize new software which detect deepfakes. These software have a lot of false positives, and they don't come cheap. So the compliance burden increases. The other category of banks are going back to the 1970s and 1980s. They are requiring customers to come physically to the bank and bring with them a lot of KYC documentation. So both of them have their own pitfalls. Probably the way forward is for AI to be countered with AI. Probably the way forward is for banks to be cynic and ask a lot of questions. Now, coming to you. The central idea of this talk is that AI has enabled the democratization of impersonation. Anyone can impersonate anyone, which means that KYC has to be morphed into something else. Know your reality. On today's date, the biggest defense you have against cyber-enabled fraud is not a passport, is not a password, or an encryption technology. It is your skepticism. You need to verify, and you need to make it a process of a part of your daily life. It has to become a way of life. Skepticism needs to become a way of life. You need to ask questions each and every time you get a call, each and every time you interact with a digital economy. So friends, in 2026, resolve to know your customer, know your friends, but more importantly, to know your reality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was truly insightful. Our next speaker works in the space of healthcare and conscious living. Her work highlights the importance of mindful approach to well-being. particularly in the journey of pregnancy and natural childbirth. As a founder of Blooming Belly, she brings a perspective rooted in care, awareness, and informed choice. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Harini Mariappan to the dais.
தம் பணியில் 16 ஆண்டுகளுக்கும் மேலான அனுபவத்துடனும் மருத்துவம் மூலம் மட்டுமின்றி பிறர் கல்வியிலும் விழிப்புணர்வை ஏற்படுத்தி வரும் நம் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் டாக்டர் ஹரிணி மாரியப்பன் அவர்களை அன்போடு மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Thank you. 6 years before, I witnessed something that completely changed the way I think about childbirth. A pregnant woman called me and asked me if I could help her in labor. She told me that she's getting contractions. Contractions is labor pain. She's getting contractions in every 10 minutes once. And she'll reach the hospital in 20 minutes. When I reached hospital, I saw her sitting on the cot calmly and smiled at me. We started chatting casually. She again told me that she is getting contractions every 10 minutes. But when I quietly timed it, it was actually 3 minutes apart. She is very calm, so even the time felt different to her. After some time, she went to bathroom and she came back. She told me, my water just got broke. And I think I could feel the baby's head. I was like, what? Then the entire medical team started preparing for her delivery. I went out to call her husband so that he could stay with her during labor. It was them. When I was at the doorstep calling her husband, I could see something is popping out here. I turned to my side, and it was her. I asked her, what are you doing here? She smiled and told me, I'm just looking for my husband. I was amazed. How could a woman in pushing stage of labor can stand at the doorstep looking for her husband quietly? That moment stayed with me because it revealed something more powerful. Labor is not just physical. It is deeply influenced by the mind. Hi, I'm Dr. Harini, a naturopathic physician. Today, I support women in their pregnancy and childbirth. But my journey into childbirth began with lots of fear. When I was in my college days, in my 3rd year of my college, I witnessed childbirth for the first time. I expected something beautiful, but the room was so intense and overwhelming. At that time, I told to myself very clearly that I'm not going to bring my babies into this world like this. Years later, I met the man who is now my husband. I told him one thing very seriously. I will only marry you if you promise me to stay beside me during the childbirth and support me in a natural birth. Thankfully, he said yes. Years later, when I became pregnant with my first daughter, we traveled everywhere, nearly about 5,000 kilometers, in search of a center that respected natural birth. We found a hospital that supported water birthing. Despite of all my preparations and hope, fear entered my mind. The pain was overwhelming, and I couldn't able to manage my contractions. That moment, after my child was born, I turned to my husband and told him very clearly, no second baby. But the experiences we resist comes back to us as a teacher. So my son became a teacher for me. After a year, I was again pregnant. So this time, fear became curiosity. I attended childbirth workshops and studied about physiology of birth. After learning everything, not everything, after learning all these things, what I found was very surprising to me, because labor is not just physical. It is influenced by fear, safety, environment, and mindset. Most of the childbirth educators explain this as fear, tension, pain cycle. When a woman is full of fear, her body can secrete adrenaline hormones, which can tighten the muscles. The tightened muscles can create an overwhelming pain experience. When the mother is feeling more pain, her fear can increase and the cycle may continue. At the same time, when a woman is relaxed and comfortable, the hormones like endorphins and oxytocin may get secreted. Endorphins helps the mother to comfort during labor, and oxytocin helps her labor to progress naturally. So after learning everything, after supporting many women and with my own experience of birth, so this is my clinic. They are my clients. So after learning everything, I found there are some factors that can shape the childbirth. So that's me and my husband. This picture was taken when I was in early stage of labor in my second pregnancy. So I call these factors as the 5 powers of birth. The first power is relaxation. Relaxation can be a most helpful tool for a pregnant woman to practice in labor. The woman I described in the beginning, she showed this to me beautifully. She was already close to her birth, but since she is very calm and could manage the labor contractions, her labor felt very different than we often imagine. So that's the power of relaxation. The second power is the power of safety. Once I supported a woman who arrived at the hospital with strong contractions and very good labor progress. But after she arrived at hospital, her labor contractions slowed down. We tried walking, exercises, movements, but nothing worked. I felt something deeply is happening within her. So I took her to a quiet place where she could talk freely. I asked her, "What is going on within you?" Suddenly, she burst out in tears. She told me she's very scared of vaginal examination. I explained why it is important and reassured her. I also communicated this to the medical team to make sure that she is having a comfortable and respected birth. In some time, her muscles relaxed, her contractions returned, and in few hours, she gave birth to her baby beautifully. When fear appeared, the labor progress slowed down. When safety returned, labor progressed naturally. The third power is power of preparation. In my second pregnancy, I prepared myself differently. I practiced relaxation, I practiced yoga, exercises, dance, of course, and breathing exercises. I trained my body and I also trained my mind as much as my body. I took nourished foods. When my labor began, I breathed through my contractions. I relaxed my muscles than resisting them. I could even breastfeed my first daughter between the contractions. The power of preparation will give you more confidence to face the labor and to have a relaxed environment within you. The fourth power is the power of purpose. I had a very simple purpose attached to my birth during my second delivery. The purpose was I didn't want to disturb my husband because in my first delivery, I made him to pour more than 50 buckets of hot water on my hips to manage my labor contractions. At last, when my baby was born, he looked more exhausted than I did. So this time, I didn't want to disturb him because he has a very big job of taking care of my first daughter. So I told to myself that I have to manage the contractions quietly. The studies in neuroscience also suggest when pain is attached to a meaning, the brain processes it differently. And the fifth power is power of understanding the birth. Once a woman in labor, she was at hospital. Her labor progressed very good. She had strong contraction and everything went on smoothly. After some time, we could see the baby's heartbeat is dropping. The obstetrician told that we can't wait longer. So I have to convey this to her, to the mother. I went to the mother and told her very slowly that this is happening. She looked to me very calmly, and what she told was like surprising for me. She told me, "Ma'am, you don't worry, my baby's doing good. It is only me who is tightening the muscles, and I think because of that, the baby's heartbeat is dropping. From next contraction, I will relax my muscles and let's see what's happening. Can you give me some time?" So I communicated this to the obstetrician, and we waited for some time. Little later, from the next contraction itself, she started to relax her muscles. And little later, we could see the baby's heartbeat is getting more stable. That incident taught me that the mother who had the understanding about the physiology of the birth and learnt about herself and the way she connected with herself and to her baby is more essential for a birth. Being a naturopath, naturopathy also teaches when the right environment is created, body heals and regulates itself. Body has the high intelligence to do that. My dream is simple. Before telling my dream, I just want you to watch this. Okay. So this was a mother who danced with excitement when we told her she was fully dilated. She was so excited to meet her baby in few minutes. Oh, sorry. Okay, that slide is actually, she was singing to her baby, just born baby. And you could see when she is singing, the baby will stay calm. Baby won't cry. And when she stops singing, it will start crying. So that's a beautiful connection between the mom and the baby during birth. So my dream is simple. A world where women could enter her birth feeling safe, supported, and well-informed so that we could bring healthier future generations. Being a mom of two, I'm deeply grateful that they didn't just birth through me. They reshaped the way I think about the childbirth, motherhood, and the life itself. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was truly deep and thoughtful. Our final speaker for today brings us into the world of science, discovery, and imagination. He is a former NASA scientist, entrepreneur, inventor, and currently a professor at IIT Jodhpur. His work explores how we can see the unseen and challenges how we understand the world around us. Please welcome Dr. Yogeshwar Nath Mishra.
அறிவியலின் உச்சிக்கு சென்று எங்கள் முன்னேற்றத்தை உயர்த்தும் உங்கள் வருகை எங்களுக்கு பெருமை. டாக்டர் யோகேஸ்வர் நாத் மிஸ்ரா அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம்.
Thank you. I'm still absorbing what she said, so, yeah. Oh, I need the pointer. Can you hear me? So I'm checking this slide so that it doesn't change actually. Okay, now it does. Perfect. All right, let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yogeshwar, and I started my education from a village school. You can see my village school. This is the situation of my school now. And when I started my education, there was no roof on this. And you know, in a village school from Uttar Pradesh, it's a very rural area. There were no facilities. But as a child, there were dreams. Like we all have dreams, right? And I was a very curious child. I used to stare at the filament and used to ask why it appears yellow, so bright as yellow. At the same time, when I was studying using this kerosene lamp, I used to wonder why the color that emits, it is yellow, not blue. And those questions, I didn't have answers. But I didn't know that curiosity for light and colors would one day shape my journey, my life. So what happened with me during the childhood is, after my high school, my mom passed away. And after a few months, I lost my best friend. So for me, it appeared that everything had collapsed. My studies suffered, my confidence dropped, and for a few years, I felt lost. You know, that time, my father wanted me to prepare for certain exams. Even my neighbors were thinking about sending their kids to city for a good education, so my father was also thinking. But that time, I was fighting a battle within myself. And in that moment of darkness, I didn't see light in the lamp, but I see light in his stories. The stories of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the stories of Dr. Kalpana Chawla. When I read the book Wings of Fire, or when I learned more about Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, I found hope. I began to believe that it doesn't matter from where you start. If you follow your passion, your perseverance, then that will actually shape your destination. And with that belief, I started again. When it came to deciding my career, many suggested go for information technology, go for computer science. It's a very evolving field, very stable, and you'll get job just after graduation. It's a very conventional way of thinking. But what I chose was something which was not very conventional. I decided to study photonics, the technology of light. Because deep down, I thought, okay, I'm passionate about this thing, about light, about colors, so I should pursue that. And also I had a belief that, okay, you know, this field at this time in India is not evolving, but there is a long-term scope for this field. You know, this is the technology that powers internet in our houses using optical fibers. All these LEDs that we use for lighting our homes. And also, finally, what you see is, you know, when we are looking at ISRO or NASA videos, whenever the spacecraft is landing, it is using a LiDAR system based on the lasers. So I knew that there is a lot of scope, but I require to invest long term to see some visible outcomes. At the same time, I can say that I was not driven by security. I was driven by curiosity. Because deep down, I was that curious child, fascinated about light. And for my curiosity, I traveled far away from my home, from Uttar Pradesh to Kerala. So I went to Cochin University of Science and Technology, and I joined integrated master program in photonics. That time it was only one of the programs in India. So then arrived at a new place, new language, new environment, unfamiliar environment, we can say. It was not easy, but I found something incredible, great teachers. In this audience, there might be great teachers also, who always inspire us. Those mentors not only taught me subjects, but they also told me how to think, how to become better, how to learn. And they gave me an environment that, okay, if I want to go in the lab, they let me be in the lab. So I started staying in the lab longer than going to my room. So curiosity became my fuel. And that paid off. I got opportunities. I got summer internship abroad. I got research projects. And I started exploring the world. But back in my mind, something was bothering me a lot. I think this is the question many of us ask. Whether you want to pursue the career, or whether you want to pursue science, for me, or I should go and financially support my family, because I was from a very financially weak family. But in that time, again, I chose my passion. I got PhD position in University of Gothenburg in Sweden, so I went to Sweden. But suddenly I realized, after a few months, I thought this is not the place where I feel that I'm connected or where I'm meant to be. So I took a difficult decision. I resigned. Starting over again, I found PhD at Lund University in Sweden. Now that subject was new, something related to what aerospace engineers do. But of course, where I need to use laser, light. But it was a new place. New skill set was required. New challenges were there. But I started working hard. I started learning. And suddenly, I felt that, okay, now I'm doing better. But that thing actually didn't stay for a long time. What happened due to personal circumstances, situations, I developed depression. And when I went into depression, it felt very uneasy for me, something which was very constant. I couldn't handle it. I lost my confidence. I used to think that probably my heart would stop working. Something would happen to me. I used to smile with my friends, but deep down, I was very scared. I was very alone. But I had learned one thing. I don't need to stop. I need to keep on moving. That's something I had learned. So I choose not to stop. Keep on moving. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, but I should have played this later. So I managed myself and again started working hard and managed to complete my PhD with flying colors. I got a lot of awards, fellowships for my PhD research. And then I thought I'm ready for the world, facing the world. Then I thought, okay, now let's revisit my dream. What was my dream? My dream was of working at NASA one day. You know? So I applied for fellowships at NASA. You know, NASA is a very competitive place. So I got rejected. When I got rejected, it came to me not as I have expected. It was very hard for me to, accept it. I felt very dejected. My confidence dropped. And for the first time, I started believing that, am I good enough? Am I good enough after working hard to fulfill my dreams? So I thought, okay, maybe this is not destined for me. So I again applied for the second round without any hope. I thought, okay, maybe let's try this time. So I was at a point now to really give away my dream of becoming a scientist. I thought, okay, now I'll go to industry. So I started looking for jobs. I started looking for jobs. I got one, a very well-paid job in Denmark. Everything was set. But just before signing the offer letter, I got an email. My NASA fellowship was accepted. So here arrived the day. One day, I found myself walking in front of this gate. And while I was walking, I was standing there when I saw this logo, Welcome to the Universe. Everything seems very silent. Goosebumps, I can still feel the goosebumps. And for that moment, all those rejections, all those negativity, all those doubts, they just came rushing back to me. But that time it felt very different. I stand there. My heart whispered, you made it. I realized one thing, that dreams come true. Or we say, dreams do come true. So you can see me here in front of the logo. So, but, not every story has an end as you imagine, right? Now the new challenge started. How the challenge started is that just after 4 months, the COVID-19 pandemic came. And my lab was shut down. The entire NASA campus was shut down. I sat at home for many months thinking about all this negativity, all this uncertainty again came back. I came to do some experiments, but now I'm not even getting access to the lab. What would happen? Again, life had taught me already, be persistent, believe yourself, look for the opportunities. And that's what I did. I contacted a professor at California Institute of Technology, one of the best technology institute in the world. And campus was just 5 minutes away from my apartment. I wrote an email to Professor Lee Hong Wong. He's a very renowned professor in optics, in photonics, and also he's a biomedical scientist. And he believed my vision. He trusted my idea. In life, we find some people who really believe in our ideas. So Lee Hong believed my idea. So I thought, okay, this is the opportunity now I have got. I need to catch this opportunity. Lee Hong was a biomedical scientist. During my PhD, I was working on rockets, combustion, all these things. But yes, he used to use laser technology. He used to look at the smallest objects using ultra-fast cameras. So there I got few problems, or few problems to solve. One of the problems which I got from IISc Bangalore, was that formation of soot particle. You see here, when we are putting a rod in front of the candle, what you see is that there is a deposition of soot. And these are very small nanoparticles. When you're looking in your car, it produces a lot of emissions, so it leads to the global warming. Also, you can see the formation of very foggy day. It's a very, harmful for our health also. Lung cancer, all these things. The funny thing is that scientists has not yet been able to understand how the soot formation happens. How these gas molecules get transformed into solid and it forms this black carbon. Why? Because the chemistry that is happening extremely fast. It is happening of a billionth of a second. It's so fast. And today, there were no cameras who can see this happening in real time at billionth of a second. In market today, there are cameras, like this camera is recording. The camera can record millions of frames per second. When I'm saying millions of frames per second means millions of images in 1 second. We needed a camera which can take billion photos in 1 second. So this was one of the problems which I was going behind, okay. The second problem is about life itself, sorry. About life itself, that we want to see the tiniest of the proteins when they are interacting with the drug. And because these reactions are also extremely fast. Now you can see, if you want to see something so small, you need to zoom in more and more. And when we zoom with the current microscope, we lose the resolution. We cannot see something which is smaller than nanometers. Something which is much, much smaller than a human hair. So what I was interested in to look at the chemistry, which is extremely fast that is happening. And these were the challenging questions that I wanted to ask. I wanted to use my expertise in photonics, in lasers, in cameras, to really understand them. I persisted. Initially, I thought nothing would work, and that is what happened. I didn't get any success for 6 months. I was so disappointed. I thought, okay, I got opportunity in a new lab, but still nothing working out. But then one day I saw hope. We started to see some of the images. And after 1 year, we managed to develop the world's fastest light CT imaging technology. That can literally see the time in nanosecond. You can see the time scale. It's happening in a nanosecond scale. And this is Lee Hong Wong, who believed in my vision. Another success came. We managed to develop the world's fastest light CT imaging microscope, which can see the tiniest molecules in real time. So then we got this breakthrough everywhere, getting reported in on Swedish National Radio in Germany, because I had collaborators in US newspapers. And also I got a lot of coverage on Logical Indian, there are other papers. Also this was covered by Hindu recently, the work on microscope, and also on Better India, then at Caltech also, and India Today. So what I want to summarize from my journey, what I would like to give you a takeaway message, what I really understood is, in my journey, innovation was never a straight path, like many of you. But it was built through resilience. Many of us are very resilient and strengthened through the collaboration. Because, of course, I was good enough, but I had mentors who really believed in my idea, right? The right mentors, the right collaborators who believed in a shared vision. And the courage to ask for help. I had a courage to ask for help of Lee Hong Wong. Otherwise, I would have been sitting at home, and probably I would have done something at NASA campus for sure, because the campus reopened again after a few months. And also, it is important to ask right questions. So the takeaway is, I often think, what would have happened if I had not followed my curiosity, my passion? What if I had never sent that one email to Professor Lee Hong Wong? What if I had never found those people who really believed in me, mentors, colleagues, friends, family, when I didn't believe in myself? So I feel that I was very lucky that I was surrounded by these people. So I would like to tell you a summary that you need to follow your curiosity. You need to trust your journey. And most importantly, don't give up on yourself. Because the powerful message, what I found, sometimes the smallest decision to keep going becomes the most powerful decisions of your life. So finally, I would like to say one thing is that it doesn't matter how your beginning is. It doesn't define you. Neither if you have failed, it doesn't define your limit. It doesn't set, your limit. You will fail, but you will learn. And third thing, that if you look at setbacks, means there are greater opportunity for you waiting there. So with this, I would like to quote my idol, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Man needs difficulties in life because they are necessary to enjoy success. Dreams transform into thoughts, and thoughts result in action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was truly inspiring and motivating. And with that, we have reached the end of today's program. Now it's time to honor our esteemed speakers.
We'll be calling each one of our speakers back onto the dais to receive their mementos. To present the awards, we are truly honored to have with us our principal ma'am, Dr. P. Geeta, to present the mementos. Let's begin by calling Dr. Harini Mariappan onto the stage to receive the memento.
I now invite Ms. Kartika Kannan to receive the memento. invite Ms. Shruthy K Das to receive her memento. I now invite Mr. Amarnath to receive his memento. I now request Mr. Karthikeyan Jagannathan to receive his memento.
Please give a big round of applause to our speakers.
I now request Mr. S. Prabhakaran to receive his memento. I now request Ms. Yazhini Shanmugam to receive her memento. I request Mr. Gautam Das to join the dais for the felicitation. I request Mr. Smarak Swain to receive his memento. I now request Mr. Sudalai Veerapan to receive his memento. I now request Dr. Yogeshwar Nath Mishra to receive his memento. Request all the speakers to join the dais for a group photo. I request the audience to stay back. That was truly a moment to be remembered. Now let's take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors for the day.
FASO, apparel's partner. Competent, event and recognition partner. In-kind book partner. Media partners, Mr. P. Vijay Kumar from Air Media, Mr. Sasi Kumar from Air Media, Mr. Suresh, Alayam FM. We now invite KK Exports apparel partner to join us.
Can you blame me for wanting more than just a miss? I know we stand for something, but we'll just have to wait for this.
Thank you, sponsors.
We now call the members of the organizing team of TEDxKPRCAS to join us on the dais. the organizing team. Your efforts and hard work have made this day come to life. I now request our principal, Dr. P. Geeta, to share a few words.
Good evening, everyone. What a day. What an extraordinary day today, I could say. So here today, right from the morning till this time, everyone were taking part very meticulously, especially the organizers. And this is the first time KPRCAS is organizing a TEDx. And this institute, it is a budding institute. It's only the 7th year we have stepped into it, but we have done many things. So today, as we close the curtains on TEDxKPRCAS 2026, I just ask every one of you all to just take a moment and think a little bit what we're here today and what is the speciality in this room right now. So if you ask that question, it is all I could say. That is the energy, the electricity. It is not just the applause, but the ideas are coming alive today, I could say that way. So right from morning till this time, I've been witnessing every speaker, and they all have not given just the talks. They've given their pieces of their self with their honesty, strengthness, and whatever breakthroughs they've gone in their life, everything they have shared with us. Now it is in our hands. We have to take it, just a bit or a part of it. So then if we just think over it, definitely we'll also be molding ourselves. And one day or the other, we will also be here on this stage as a speaker for the next edition. So hopefully that will be done in the next edition. I think so. And next, over 400 plus registrations we have got, out of which 210 are unique minds. And out of that, 165 serious seekers of change. So that is what this crowd in the hall today, right from the morning till this evening, and hats off for everyone, those who have done the registration and those who have come here to witness such a quite impressive and inspiring TEDx talk which is happening at KPRCAS. And next, this TEDx event, it is a part of global family, like 49,000 plus events across 170 plus countries, 3,000 plus talks every year coming over and reaching millions of lives. So today, really, I am proud to say that we should, shoulders to shoulders, take that legacy. Of course, we have taken that legacy today here on this platform, right here, right now at KPRCAS. And hats off to all the organizers, especially Dr. Gautam Das, Professor Nivashni, and students team. There are many students, I could not mention their names so that I say them as a team. So they have done this job past 4 months, and they have been putting heart and soul to bring it a very memorable day for the first time which is happening here in our campus. So this is all the faculty fraternity who have been gathered here, and from various colleges and from various organizations and people from everywhere you have gathered here. So it is all a learning. Whatever thing you have witnessed, you can just take back, and you can also run the TEDx in your own community or your institution, so that we, the KPRCASians, will be helping out you in all the ways, whatever little things we have learned. And this is all sharing each other little ideas so that one day this world is a very big thing and we all be very proud that this kind of a event is happening everywhere in our society and a country. So I just thank everyone at this moment once again. And for the speakers, especially, you are awesome. From yesterday till today, from the rehearsal, I've been watching everyone, and you all have done a great job. And without any in-between breakthroughs, you have done it today. And hats off once again to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your warm words, ma'am. We now invite Mr. Gautam Das, organizer of TEDxKPRCAS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
So good evening, one and all. So I'm not going to deliver any TED Talk now. So all I'm going to do is just, which is a big thing to do, the vote of thanks. So as we come to a close for this incredible TEDxKPRCAS 2026, I think it's safe to say that since all our speakers have already spoken, and now comes the most awaited talk, once again, vote of thanks. So don't worry, I'll keep it as short as possible, truly in a TEDx way. So first and foremost, my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal ma'am and the entire management for their constant support, trust, and belief in making this vision a reality. Our sincere thanks to our faculty members, part of organizing team, for guiding us, grounding us, and supporting throughout the event. And to our my dear student team, for all the support, who are the real superheroes for the past 2-3 months. And a big thanks to the technical team, the Bamboo crew, who made this really a wonderful, wonderful stage, and all the technicalities they've delivered amazing. And special appreciation to the media crew from the Sundar Photography for capturing all the beautiful moments. And after this event, all the TEDx talk will be again curated, edited, and will be uploaded in the global TEDx platform. And our sincere gratitude to all the housekeeping staff, administrative team, and accounts team, the silent pillars without which the event wouldn't have been so, as much success as possible. And to our valued sponsors who have supported since the beginning of this event, thank you very much. And a special mention to the Incubation Hub for powering this particular event. And to all our participants and attendees from, and of course, you all have been calling for the past 2-3 weeks since the registration were open. And without you, without your support, this event again wouldn't have been a grand success. And from various walks of life, academia, industry, diverse walks of life, and now we are all part of TEDxKPRCAS community. And thank you for being part of this community. And finally, to each and every individual who contributed for this grand success of this event. And if I have missed anyone, it's only in words, never in gratitude. And last but not the least, to our beloved speakers who made this a complete, engaging, big round of applause to them. So thank you so much. And for making this TEDxKPRCAS 2026 a grand success. We all will see you in the next edition, 2027. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your warm words of gratitude, sir.
As we come to the close of today,
it is no longer about everything that was said.
It's about what remained.
That one thought.
That one shift.
That one moment.
And if something stays with you beyond today,
then something has already begun.
TEDx does not end here.
It continues in the ideas that you carry forward,
in the conversations you begin,
and in the spaces you choose to shape next. Thank you for being a part of TEDxKPRCAS 2026. Have a wonderful evening.
இந்த நாளை இனிய நினைவுகள் நிறைந்த நாளாக மாற்றியமைக்காக பணியாற்றிய மற்றும் பங்காற்றிய அனைவருக்கும் நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். நிகழ்வு இனிதே நிறைவுற்றது. நன்றி.
As you leave the hall, make use of the photo booths available right outside the hall. Refreshments are available in the new seminar hall right up above us. For those of you making use of the bus facilities, buses will depart from the campus at 4:20. Remember to collect your certificates from the registration desk. Thank you for being part of TEDxKPRCAS 2026. Refreshments are available in the new seminar hall right up above us.
For your kind attention, please. Refreshments are available in the new seminar hall, the hall right above this.